Hello, everyone. Tonight we're going to lie to ourselves, gently, with curiosity, and with just enough existential spice to make your eyelids droop before your brain catches on. Imagine this. You're sitting at a table with a cup of tea. You reach out, fingers closing around the handle. Steam curls into the air. You lift the cup, sip, and think, I wanted this. But here's the twist. Your brain knew you were going to lift that cup a full third of a second before you even felt the desire. Section 1. You can either rethink everything or fall asleep without even noticing. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. And while you're at it, let me know in the comments what time it is, where you are, and what city you're drifting off from. Now, turn down the lights, maybe crank up the AC for some soft noise, and let's get started tonight. You're in a lab, sort of, except instead of test tubes and people in lab coats, it's your bedroom, and the experiment is happening in your own skull. You reach to scratch your arm, nothing major, just an itch. But if you could rewind time a tiny bit, like with a brain TiVo, you'd see something strange. Your motor cortex lit up before you even felt the itch. This isn't fiction. In the 1980s, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet ran an experiment where participants were told to flex their wrist whenever they felt like it. Just go with the urge. And what Libet found was something no philosopher wanted to hear. A spike of neural activity occurred hundreds of milliseconds before people reported deciding to move. That spike, it's called the readiness potential, a quiet whisper from your brain saying, let's do this, before you, the conscious you, gets the memo. So what does that make you? If your brain decides and then retroactively lets your consciousness take credit, are you the boss? Or just the PR department scientists still argue about whether this means free will is an illusion, or whether it just means you're operating on a delay like a badly dubbed movie. Either way, it's unsettling. Imagine your roommate came home with a pizza and you said, "Did you get this for me?" And they replied, "I did," after you said thank you. That's kind of what your brain is doing. And now you're wondering, what about big decisions? Life decisions. Did your subconscious pick your college major before your personality could object? Did your foot step toward your first kiss before your heart even raced? Let's go deeper. Picture a subway train. It's barreling down the tracks, and you're running alongside it, thinking you're driving it. But the controls are sealed off. You're watching through the window. Occasionally, you tap on the glass and say, yes, this direction feels right. But what if you're not even choosing the direction? What if you're narrating a story that's already been written, with you inside it? This is where you lie in bed and start getting that floaty feeling, that weird gap between thought and action. You shift your blanket. Did you do that? Or was it the readiness potential again, nudging your comfort-seeking flesh before your mind tagged along like a confused tourist? Here's a fun and totally true story. In 2008, researchers at the Max Planck Institute scanned people's brains while they made simple choices, like pressing a button with their left or right hand. The result? The scientists could predict their choice up to 7 seconds before the participant was aware of deciding. 7 seconds. That's longer than most elevator rides, longer than a sneeze loop on TikTok, longer than the average time someone listens before saying, "That reminds me of me." And if that's not enough to bake your noodle, consider this. Some researchers argue that consciousness might just be an evolutionary add-on, a kind of bonus track. The real business is being handled backstage by neurons firing, memories bubbling, chemicals sloshing. So here's your working definition of the night free will. The belief that our conscious mind controls our actions, which neuroscience increasingly suggests may be a comforting illusion. It's not that you don't have some control, it's that your sense of control might be coming after the fact. Like the slow motion replay that makes a football tackle look deliberate when it was really chaos in cleats. And remember, philosophers have been chewing on this for centuries. From Spinoza to Sam Harris, the debate rages on. Some say, you're a puppet. Others say, you're a puppeteer whose strings are invisible, but still real. You might be thinking, cool, I'll just accept that my brain is an autonomous chaos potato and go to sleep now. But your conscious mind, poor thing, doesn't like giving up the wheel. So it makes up stories, rationalizations, little bedtime fictions like, I changed my diet because I value health, when really, you were out of chips and didn't want to drive. Even dreams work this way. Ever notice how your dream self will do something random like walk into a school made of jello and then explain it to you? Oh yeah, says your brain. This makes sense because you're being graded on emotional maturity and failed to bring utensils. The story comes after the action. So here you are, lying in bed, and you're not even sure you're the one who decided to hit play on this video, which means maybe this video chose you. Maybe your brain, 7 seconds ago or 7 years ago, set you on a path where this voice would find you, whispering calmly that you're not the boss you thought you were. But that's okay. Let it all go. You don't need to control the show. Just observe it, like watching clouds drift, or emails pile up without opening them. There's a sweet kind of surrender in realizing that your thoughts are just the last passengers aboard a train that left the station long ago. And sometimes, that realization is exactly what lets you finally fall asleep. Because if you're not in charge, then neither is your anxiety. Section 2. You open your closet. You're looking for that hoodie, the one with the hole in the cuff that somehow makes it more comfortable, more yours. But something's weird. You pull it off the hanger. The hole is gone. The hoodie feels newer. The fabric's a little stiffer. You squint at it. Suspicious. Like it's an imposter. Then it hits you this isn't the same hoodie. Over the past few years, you've replaced the cuffs, then the zipper, then the hood, then the lining, piece by piece. And now you're standing there holding a paradox in cotton poly blend. This is the Ship of Theseus, and it's living rent-free in your laundry basket. The Ship of Theseus is a classic philosophical puzzle if you replace every plank of a ship, one by one, until none of the original wood remains. Is it still the same ship? Now apply that to you. You've replaced every cell in your body multiple times. Your red blood cells are barely 3 months old. Your skin, about 2 weeks. Even your bones have swapped molecules over the years. You are a biological Ship of Theseus with anxiety and a Gmail account. So, what are you? Are you the sum of your parts? Are you your memories, your name, your browser history? Or are you just a story? Your brain keeps updating like patch notes for a very glitchy operating system. Social media gurus still argue about what makes you you. Is it your personality, your choices, your vibe? Let's test it. Imagine this. I give you a perfect clone. Same memories, same thoughts, even the same last embarrassing snack search. Is it bad to eat 3-month-old marshmallows if they still bounce? The clone opens their eyes and says, "Hey, I'm you." Now what? Would you fight them? Hug them? Ask if they're also thinking about the marshmallows. More importantly, which of you is the real you? Here's your friendly bedtime definition. Personal identity. The philosophical concept of what makes someone the same person over time. Despite physical and psychological change, it's not as stable as you think. If your memories change, are you still the same person? If your opinions change, if your mood shifts, if you lose certain parts of your body, do you go with them? quick, weird fact: in 2005, a man named David Fitzpatrick suffered a severe dissociative episode and completely lost all memory of who he was. No name, no family, no identity. He was essentially a walking hard reset. The media dubbed him the man with no past. But when he built a new life, made new friends, found peace, he became someone else, still David, but also not, kind of like switching out every plank on a boat and then sailing somewhere totally new. So, back to your hoodie. Let's say, for fun, that you saved every old piece you ever replaced. The ripped hood, the broken zipper, even the original sleeves. You stitched them together into a Franken hoodie of nostalgia. Now, which one is the real hoodie? Is it the one you've been wearing every day, the one that's walked through breakups, burrito spills, and 3 seasons of depression? Or is it the reconstructed original, awkwardly stitched back into its true form? People still argue about this in metaphysics departments and late-night stoner chats alike. You laugh, thinking, what does this have to do with me falling asleep? But that's the joke. The more you try to pin down identity, the slipperier it gets. It's like trying to name a shadow while it's dancing on the wall. You are not a fixed thing. You are process, momentum, narrative, a constantly updating spreadsheet where the only column that stays the same is existential confusion. And if yourself is a story, who's writing it? Is it the you that made bad decisions last year? Is it the you who's listening right now? Or is it someone you haven't become yet? Let's go back to your clone. What if the clone makes different decisions? Eats breakfast instead of skipping it? Goes for a walk instead of doom scrolling? In a month, they're on a totally different trajectory. They've read different books, fallen in love with someone else, picked a different phone wallpaper. So even though you started the same, you're now 2 different people, same origin, diverging paths. And it only took a breakfast burrito and a better morning playlist. Here's a joke before you start existentially vibrating. Cue. How many philosophers does it take to change a light bulb? A depends. Was the bulb ever really the same light bulb after you touched it? Okay, maybe that's only funny to people with degrees and insomnia. But this actually matters, because when you lie in bed thinking, I don't feel like myself anymore, that's not a crisis. It's a feature. You're not supposed to feel the same all the time. Imagine if your phone never updated, still running the same buggy personality app from middle school. No thanks. You're allowed to change. You're allowed to grow out of old thoughts, out of old friendships, out of that weird phase where you thought you liked ska music and drank oat milk just for the fiber. You're allowed to replace planks. And if you do it slowly enough, you might not even notice it's happening until one day you wake up and the person brushing their teeth in the mirror isn't quite who you expected, but you like them better. So next time your brain starts whispering, you're not who you used to be. Just whisper back, I know, that's the point. Section 3. You're in the shower. Water's warm, lights dim, steam curling like thoughts you forgot to finish. You reach for the soap, and right then, bam! You remember something from last week. Something awkward. Something that makes your toes curl and your stomach hum. Maybe it was the time you called your barista mom, but here's the catch. The person remembering that cringe moment isn't the same person who lived it. Not exactly. Anyway, that's because you're never the same you twice. Not even across a single shower. This is Heraclitus time. Baby. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus is famous for saying, you can't step in the same river twice. Why? Because the river is always changing. Water flowing, pebbles shifting, fish judging you silently, and so are you. So here's your cozy bedtime definition. Flux. The philosophical concept that everything is in a constant state of change, and permanence is an illusion. Heraclitus didn't think stability was real. To him, the only constant was change. Fire was his favorite metaphor for existence, always moving, never fixed, yet still somehow there. Now think about your shower again. The person who stepped in is not the same one standing under the water right now. A few thoughts have passed. Skin cells have shed. Maybe you remembered that tomorrow you have to wake up early, and a tiny piece of you mentally, emotionally, maybe even hormonally shifted. You are your own river, and also your own fish, which is a fun thing to realize when you're naked and slippery. Here's a weird fact to rinse your brain. Every second, your body produces around 25 million new cells. That means by the time you're done with this sentence, you've already swapped out a few million molecules like you're backstage at a quick change act in an identity circus. And yet your brain tries to hold it together. It says, "This is me. This is who I am. This is my shower." But that's just another story. In fact, some neuroscientists think your sense of self is a rolling construction. You're like a movie being projected one frame at a time, and consciousness is just the illusion created by watching it go by too fast to notice the gaps. Like when you rewatch a sitcom and realize, hang on, none of these characters have jobs, and that apartment should cost $5,000 a month. Still, the illusion is cozy. That's what your brain does. It knits the moments together. It makes you feel like you're a singular you, moving smoothly from one event to the next, even though deep down, you're a parade of shifting patterns, each marching to a rhythm slightly different from the last. Philosophers and physicists still argue about whether this stream of consciousness is real or just an editing trick played by your neural hardware. One camp says you're a fluid, ever-changing self. The other says you're a collection of snapshots, glued together by memory and story. Either way, you're not the same person who started this video. And that's not a metaphor. That's biology. Here's a sleepy little joke for your foggy mind, Q. Why don't philosophers take bubble baths? Because they can never step in the same tub twice. Now, let's get weirder. Think about your thoughts, just the ones from the past hour. They've wandered from coffee to crushes to climate anxiety to curiosity to the weird twitch in your left eye. But are you the thinker of these thoughts, or are you the space in which they appear? A lot of Eastern philosophy says you're not the contents of the river. You're not the fish or the flow. You're the awareness watching it all happen. So maybe you're not your thoughts. Maybe you're the act of noticing them. That takes some pressure off, right? You don't have to be consistent. You don't have to hold it all together. You're not a stone statue trying not to crack. You're a dancing flame, a murmuring stream, a soft breeze of a person slowly changing while pretending not to notice. Which is why it's okay if your beliefs shift, if your goals change, if your preferences melt and reform like jelly on a hot dashboard. You're allowed to change your mind. You're supposed to remember the hoodie from earlier. Remember the clone you maybe hugged or maybe panicked at. Well, now imagine that clone in the shower too, right next to you. Don't worry, the curtain's closed. You both stepped into the same water. You both reached for the same soap. But maybe they remembered something different. And boom, just like that, you've changed in opposite directions. Two little rivers diverging from the same silly puddle of memory. So if you ever feel like I'm not myself lately, take a breath and smile. Because you never were. Section 4. You blink at the ceiling in the dark. The fan spins overhead. You think it's been 15 minutes since you closed your eyes. Or maybe 40. Time is weird when you're trying to fall asleep. It stretches. It contracts. It loops around like that one friend who always says goodbye at parties and then stays for 2 more hours. And then, because your brain is quietly a jerk, it asks, What if time doesn't actually exist? Now you're wide awake again. Time. It's the great organizer, the universal spreadsheet, the thing that separates breakfast from existential dread and helps you feel confident that Monday will, in fact, end at some point. But the more scientists look at it, the less solid it seems. Here's your definition for tonight: temporal illusion. The idea that time, especially linear time, may be a psychological or physical construct, not a fundamental feature of the universe. Physics has been playing fast and loose with time for over a century. Einstein showed us that time ticks differently depending on how fast you're moving. Astronauts age slower. GPS satellites have to adjust for relativistic effects. Time is flexible, like taffy made of math. Then came quantum mechanics, where particles exist in superposition, seemingly ignoring the whole past, present, future thing. And most recently, a group of theoretical physicists have asked what if time doesn't exist at the fundamental level? Like, what if it's just something your brain feels cue record scratch? Imagine you're watching a flip book. Each page is a still image. But when you flip them fast enough, it looks like someone's doing a backflip or pouring cereal or falling in love. That's what time might be, just individual nows, flickering in sequence. The motion is implied. Your brain fills in the gaps, just like it fills in the blind spot in your vision, or tells you that the door you just saw closed is the same one that opened a second ago, even though technically, all the molecules have shifted since. So here's a fun and slightly haunting question. If your brain stopped stringing moments together, would time stop? Some physicists say yes, others just slowly slide out of interviews when this comes up. But philosophers are loving it. They've been saying weird stuff about time for ages. St. Augustine famously said, "I know what time is until you ask me to define it." And even now, social media armchair thinkers still argue about whether the present is the only real moment or just a thin slice of memory and expectation. Let's talk about entropy. Entropy is the universe's tendency toward disorder. Ice melts. Rooms get messy. Your clean laundry mysteriously ends up on the floor again, even though no one touched it. Some scientists think the reason we experience time as a direction forward, not backward, is because entropy increases. It's not that time flows, it's that disorder grows. And our brains evolved to track that arrow. Think about that. Maybe time isn't moving. Maybe it's you moving through a static block of moments, like a worm through an apple. And just for fun, remember how you were told the past is gone and the future hasn't happened yet? Well, in a theory called the block universe, all moments exist at once past, present, and future. Every second of your life is already there, just in a different location in space-time, like chapters in a book, all bound together. You just happen to be reading page 47 right now, somewhere between weird shower thoughts and overdue dental appointment. So when you say, "I was happy," or "I will be okay," the universe just shrugs and says, "You are just not right here." Mind? Bent? Let's lighten the mood with a sleepy joke. Q. Why did the time traveler break up with the clock? A. They just weren't on the same timeline. Okay, back to the warp. Here's a fact that might make your dreams glitch. There's a tribe in Papua New Guinea, the Yopno, who don't think of time as a line at all. Instead of using forward and backward to describe past and future, they use uphill and downhill. For them, time flows with the landscape. The past might be upslope while the future is down by the river. That's how flexible time is in the human mind. Depending on culture, memory, and geography, your sense of now is entirely up for interpretation. So, let's zoom out. What if this moment right here, this quiet moment, with your eyes half closed, and this voice in your ear has already happened or never happened at all? What if, in some larger sense, all of time is a single, frozen picture, and you're just a flicker of light tracing over it? Would that mean you're stuck? Or would it mean you're eternal? No answers, just questions. Because answers are for calendars and clocks. But dreams are where time goes to unravel. So let go of the idea that things are rushing ahead. There's nowhere to be. There's only here, stretched thin into the illusion of progress. Maybe you're not late. Maybe you're always right on time. Section 5. You blink again. Not because you're awake, but because something just shifted. The blanket still feels soft. The room's still quiet. But there's a fuzziness behind your eyes, like reality's buffering. And now your brain whispers, what if this is a dream? Not like a dream. A dream. Right now. This voice. This bed. That thought about whether your fridge light turns off when the door closes, none of it real. Just electrical fireworks inside your skull. And suddenly, you're the main character in the oldest philosophical plot twist of all time. Meet René Descartes, French philosopher, 1600s, legendary overthinker. One day, he sits down and asks the big one, how do I know I'm not dreaming? He couldn't prove it, and neither can you. Because in dreams, things feel real. You have bodies, emotions, deadlines, sandwiches. You make decisions. You forget you're dreaming until you wake up. So, how would you know if you haven't woken up yet? Welcome to Cartesian doubt. Population you, me, and that suspicious plant in the corner of your room. Here's tonight's dreamy definition, dream skepticism. The philosophical position that we can't fully trust our sensory experiences, because they could be produced in a dream state. Weird fact, you've had full-blown dream lives, multiple times, whole arcs, places you visit more than once, maybe even a recurring mall or parking garage or high school math teacher with the face of a pineapple. And in those dreams, you were convinced it was real until suddenly, it wasn't. So, if you can dream an entire life, what's to stop this from being one too? And now you're feeling it. That slightly floaty sensation. Like your body is anchored, but your mind is towing the edge of something deep. The dream fog. Let's throw some more gasoline on this sleepy fire. In 2003, philosopher Nick Bostrom proposed the simulation hypothesis. You've probably heard the Netflix version. What if we're living in a simulation? But here's the twist. Bostrom wasn't just musing. He did the math. If advanced civilizations develop enough computing power, and they will, then they'll almost certainly run realistic ancestor simulations. And if that's the case, then statistically, you're more likely to be in a simulation than in base reality. Let me say that again. If it's possible to simulate reality and people want to do it, then odds are you're in one right now. Listening to a simulated voice in your simulated bed, pondering your simulated dreams with very real anxiety. That glitch you saw last week, the bird that froze mid-flight, the time your phone predicted a text before it arrived. Yeah, people still argue about this across disciplines. Computer scientists, physicists, philosophers, even Joe Rogan. But no one can prove we're in a simulation or not, just like no one can prove you're dreaming or not. You're caught in a web of convincing illusion, stitched together by sensation. And now a joke to ease your spiraling soul. Q. Why did the dreamer stop paying rent? Because reality was just a rental anyway. Now here's the creepy part. You've probably woken up inside a dream before. It's called lucid dreaming. Suddenly, mid-dream, you realize, wait a second, this is a dream. And then everything gets weird. You try to fly. You try to kiss your fifth-grade crush. You try to summon pancakes. And sometimes, it works. So if you can wake up within a dream, who's to say you can't wake up from this one? But maybe you shouldn't. Maybe the goal isn't to wake up, but to relax into the uncertainty, to lie back and let the dream do its thing, whether it's made of neurons or ones and zeros or stardust wrapped in perception. Because here's the truth. Your brain is an unreliable narrator. It edits. It skips scenes. It fills in blanks. Right now, you don't see your whole room. You hallucinate most of it, based on memory and expectation. Right now, you don't hear this voice. You decode it from vibration and prediction. Your conscious mind is doing just enough to keep the illusion running. So, maybe you are dreaming, or maybe reality is the dream. And if it is what a cozy one, you, here, safe in your bed, wrapped in thought and breath and the soft gravity of maybe. So go ahead. Let the simulation hum. Let the dream carry you like a tide. Because whether it's real, fake, virtual, or baked into the brain soup of being, it's yours. And for tonight, that's more than enough. Section 6. You open a drawer. You're not sure what you're looking for. Maybe scissors. Maybe peace. What you find is infinity. You didn't mean to. You were just clearing clutter. But there, tangled beneath 3 paper clips, a bent charger, and an expired cough drop, you realize this drawer has always been full. No matter how much you remove, there's more, and more, and more. This is Hilbert's hotel, and it's hiding next to your leftover batteries and dried-out pens. Let's unpack that carefully. Or you'll pull out a tangle of old keychains and paradoxes. Hilbert's Hotel is a thought experiment by mathematician David Hilbert. It's a hotel with an infinite number of rooms, all of them full, no vacancies. Now suppose a new guest arrives. Sorry, you'd think, we're full, but Hilbert says, no problem. Just move every guest from room 1 to room 2, room 2 to room 3, and so on. Voila! Room 1 is empty again. Still infinite rooms. Still infinite guests. Still, somehow, space. That's what infinity does. It breaks your brain. It makes room for things even when it's already full. Here's your mental nightcap. Infinity, a concept describing something without any limit, especially in mathematics, where it doesn't behave like normal numbers. Now you're staring at that drawer like it might be the entrance to a spatial wormhole. What if every drawer is infinite? What if your house is just fractal storage? But let's go bigger. Because your brain drawer is infinite too. Try counting your thoughts. You can't. Every time you try to pin one down, 2 more sneak in the back. You chase one, and another floats by dressed as a 2009 memory of spilling soup in public. You're not chasing logic. You're surfing chaos, which is why infinity doesn't just live in math. It lives in your mind. Here's a weird and wonderful fact mathematician Georg Cantor showed, that there are different sizes of infinity. Yeah, like some infinities are bigger than others, levels of weird. For example, there's the infinity of whole numbers 1, 2, 3, etc. And then there's the infinity of real numbers, like 1.01 pi, square root of 2, every little decimal in between. Turns out, the infinity of real numbers is larger than the infinity of whole numbers. Imagine having an infinite box of cereal and then realizing someone else's box has an infinite number of cereals per flake. And that's not even the weirdest part. Philosophers still argue about whether infinity exists in the real world or only in abstract math. Physicists deal with infinities when things go sideways in equations, like dividing by 0, or modeling black holes where gravity stretches space into a math-breaking pretzel. So, what if your mind is a kind of Hilbert's hotel? Each room holds a thought. All the rooms are occupied. Yet you still manage to think one more thing, even if it's, do slugs dream? They probably do. And it's probably very moist. Now here's a joke while your neurons spiral. Cue. Why did infinity break up with 0A? Because they couldn't find closure. Let's apply this to time again. Just for fun. If you're living moment to moment, stacking thoughts like cards, you might think there's a limit, only so many you can hold. But your brain has tricks. It loops. It daydreams. It plays old memories over new music, then overlays them with imagined futures. Suddenly, one drawer your mind is housing past, present, and future all at once. That's an infinite hotel with floors you haven't visited yet. Maybe sleep is one of those floors. The weird thing is, the more you try to organize the infinite, the messier it gets. That's the paradox. Infinity can be orderly in math, but in human life it's chaos with a nice vocabulary. Just think about procrastination. That's infinity in disguise. I'll do it tomorrow. Always tomorrow. Never now. That's infinite deferral. A philosophical loophole for avoiding laundry. Or love. Love's infinite too, in its own glitchy way. You can love more than one person, in more than one moment, in more than one version of yourself, even as you're changing, even as the person you love is changing. Infinity is generous like that. So is grief. It comes back when you don't expect it, not because you haven't moved on, but because grief, too, has infinite rooms. It doesn't leave. It just moves down the hall, waits, returns quietly with old pictures and new angles. And dreams. Dreams are infinite without warning. They morph, repeat, fold in on themselves. A hallway that never ends. A staircase that loops. A thought you keep having until the version of you that thinks it dissolves into sleep. So go ahead, lie back. Let your mind stretch like taffy, like timelines, like drawers full of old receipts and recursive thoughts. There's nothing to fix, nothing to clean. Infinity doesn't need organizing. It just needs noticing. And right now, you are one thought away from the next infinite room. Section 7. You're staring at a photo of your great-grandfather, sepia-toned, big mustache, eyes like he knew things. And as you blink in the low light, a thought sneaks in, one you probably shouldn't entertain this late at night. What if you traveled back in time and punched him? Not out of anger, just curiosity. A light jab, a paradoxical love tap. But then your brain goes full sci-fi. If you punched your great-grandfather before he had kids, would you still exist to throw the punch? Welcome to the grandfather paradox, the chaotic little knot in time travel logic that gives philosophers migraines and makes science fiction writers cackle. Here's tonight's causality-bending definition, grandfather paradox. A logical problem that arises when a time traveler does something in the past that would prevent their own existence, creating a contradiction. It's like this. You go back in time and prevent your grandparents from meeting, then you're never born. But if you're never born, how did you go back in time? Boom? Paradox. It's the philosophical version of trying to delete a file while it's still opening itself. Scientists, physicists, and screenwriters still argue about this one. It's what makes time travel so fun and so messy. Because if the past can be changed, then causality. The dependable domino line of A causes B causes C gets totally wrecked. Quick weird fact. In 2020, physicists at the University of Queensland ran simulations showing that particles could self-correct in time loops. Like, if you tried to cause a paradox, the universe would gently nudge events to keep things consistent. No grandfather punch needed. Let's explore. Imagine you do go back in time. You locate your great-grandfather at age 20. You raise your fist, But instead of landing the punch, you trip over your own feet and get a nosebleed. He sees you, helps you up, offers you tea, falls in love with someone he meets at the cafe you accidentally dragged him to. The timeline nudges, adjusts. You're still born, but slightly different. Maybe you like marmalade now. Maybe you have an inexplicable fear of cafes. That's the self-consistency principle. The universe folds your chaotic punch into a stable timeline. Now, imagine you're in a time loop. Every bad habit you try to break loops back. Every emotional pattern repeats. You keep ending up at the same emotional intersections, saying, "How did I get here again?" Maybe it's not time travel. Maybe it's just psychological time travel. Because here's the thing, your brain is already a time machine. Every time you remember something, you're traveling to a reconstructed version of the past. You're not seeing the original memory. You're seeing the last time you remembered it. And each time, you change it a little. So you are, in a way, constantly rewriting your personal timeline, smoothing it out, editing the embarrassing parts, adding more dramatic pauses to your arguments, which brings us to time travel ethics. Let's say you could go back and fix one thing, just one. Would you stop yourself from making a mistake, or would you let yourself suffer so you become the person you are now? These are the questions that keep philosophers up at night, and also you, apparently, because it's now 2:18 a.m. and you're still listening. Let's take a break for a sleep-grade joke. Q. Why didn't the time traveler eat breakfast? He already skipped it yesterday. Okay, back to breaking reality. Let's say you meet your past self, 10 years younger, more idealistic, worse hair. They ask you, was it worth it? Do you lie? Do you tell them about the pain, the love, the accidental texts, the jobs, the late nights like this one? Do you tell them that they're going to mess up and it's okay? Maybe that's the real function of the time loop, not to change the past, but to forgive it, to let it exist without constantly trying to edit the pain out, to stop throwing paradox punches at old versions of yourself. Because maybe the timeline isn't broken. Maybe you just haven't seen the whole arc yet. Or maybe it loops not in a spiral, not in a knot, but in a quiet echo. And each time, it gets softer, simpler, less about fixing, more about accepting. Because the most important paradox of all, you are here. Despite everything, despite that thing you'd undo if you could, despite the fact that you never really understood long division and still don't know how taxes work, you exist. And maybe that's the point, not to unravel the timeline, but to rest in it, to let the loop play, to be the version of yourself that just listens, that just lies still in the dark and lets the universe fold around you like a soft, infinite blanket. No punches, no paradoxes, just presence. Section 8. You roll over and feel something soft under your bed. It's probably just a sock, or a cat, or Schrödinger's cat, both alive and dead, shedding quantum fur in the dark corners of your sleep-deprived imagination. Welcome to quantum mechanics, the part of reality where logic goes to scream into a pillow. Let's dim the lights on classical certainty, because tonight, we're cracking open the quantum box. Here's your blurry bedtime definition: quantum superposition. The principle that particles can exist in multiple states at once until they are observed. That's what makes Schrödinger's cat famous. In 1935, physicist Erwin Schrödinger created a thought experiment, put a cat in a sealed box with a radioactive atom, a detector, and a vial of poison. If the atom decays, the vial breaks, and the cat dies. If not, the cat lives. But quantum mechanics says that until the box is opened, until it's observed, the atom is both decayed and not decayed. So the cat is both dead and alive. which means the cat is Schrödingering, and you, in this moment, might be too. Because right now, you exist in multiple possible futures. You could wake up rested or groggy. You might have a breakthrough dream, or dream you're being chased by an angry lobster. All those outcomes, they're in your box, right now, at once, until observation consciousness collapses the waveform, and boom, you pick one. Scientists, mystics, and a disturbing number of Reddit threads still argue about what observation means in quantum mechanics. Is it consciousness? Is it measurement? Is it just the universe trolling us with math? Either way, it's weirdly personal, because your mind is full of quantum questions. Am I in love or just lonely? Am I brave or just impulsive? Am I changing? Or am I just tired? You are a walking box of both ands, not either or, and just like Schrödinger's cat, your truth is fuzzy until you look straight at it. Here's a weird fact to chew on. In some quantum experiments, particles change their behavior retroactively. That means what you do now can affect how they acted in the past. Not just forward causality, but backward. Like sending an apology email that rewrites the argument you already had. Time and space start getting woozy at the quantum level. It's like the rules of the universe took a long nap and woke up groggy. And now, your socks are entangled? Let me explain. Quantum entanglement means that two particles can become linked, no matter how far apart they are. Change one, and the other responds instantly. Einstein called this spooky action at a distance. It's like long-distance relationship goals. But with electrons, imagine you and your best friend each have a pair of magical dice. You roll a 6, and no matter where they are in another city, on another planet, they roll a 6 too. Now imagine your thoughts could do that. What if every time you think of someone, you're tugging a little invisible string, not science, but not science? Because consciousness might be weirdly tied into the fabric of observation. And dreams. Dreams might be the brain's version of opening the box halfway, peeking into other potential states. Alternate timelines where you kissed the person, took the job, ate the 4th taco. Here's a sleepy joke from the subatomic void. Q. Why did Schrödinger bring his cat to therapy? Because it had unresolved states. So let's bring this back to you. Right now, half asleep and entangled with a voice in the dark. You are not just one version of yourself. You're a cloud of possibilities. The confident one, the scared one, the one who forgives, the one who stays mad for a very long time, then writes a poem about it. All of them, curled up inside you, and each moment you make a choice. It's like collapsing your waveform, picking a version, making a you. But you don't have to pick forever, just for now. The universe is built on probability. Particles don't know where they are until they're measured. And maybe you don't either. Maybe you're still becoming. And maybe the box doesn't need to be opened. Maybe rest comes from knowing you can't ever know for sure. You're not here to solve the equation. You're here to exist inside it, to curl up with paradox, to purr alive and asleep on the edge of knowing. Because even if you don't know where you're going, the wave will carry you anyway. Section 9. You're listening to your thoughts, or rather, you're trying to, but they're overlapping, like a panel of game show judges arguing over which memory deserves the most guilt. One voice says, "You should have texted back." Another whispers, "We're fine. Let's go eat cereal." And somewhere in the back, a weird narrator chimes in. And so you lay there, once again, questioning your entire existence while trying not to fart too loud under the covers. Wait, who is that? Welcome to the strange, echoey world of inner monologue. You might think the voice in your head is you, but tonight, We're going to gently pry that assumption apart like a stuck Lego set. Because maybe you're not the voice in your head. Maybe you're the one hearing it. Let's get meta. Here's your introspective definition. Metacognition. The ability to think about your own thinking. Self-awareness layered on top of raw experience. You're not just thinking. You're thinking about thinking. Watching thoughts float by like weird parade floats made of insecurity, snack cravings, and existential dread. Sometimes the voice is helpful. It reminds you to bring your keys. It narrates your plans. It tries to sound cool when you pretend to rehearse interviews or argue with shampoo bottles in the shower. Other times, it's rude. It dredges up that time you waved back at someone who wasn't waving at you. Or that one joke you told that landed with the soft thud of a cold pancake. But here's the thing. That voice is not always right. It just sounds like you because it speaks from inside your skull. Quick, weird fact. Some people don't have an inner monologue at all. Their thoughts are silent, imageless, or purely emotional. Others have a constant, chatty narrator. A few, they have multiple inner voices, each with a distinct tone, like a podcast panel stuck on autoplay. And scientists, psychologists, and Reddit philosophers still argue about how this voice forms. Is it a byproduct of language? Is it internalized culture? Is it your third-grade teacher wearing a trench coat of anxiety? Let's pause for a thought experiment. Imagine you're watching a movie. You don't know the genre. The main character stumbles through awkward moments, gets distracted easily, occasionally eats peanut butter straight from the jar, and the narrator keeps saying things like, "Why did we say that?" We're definitely messing this up. We should just move to a cabin and start over. Now ask yourself who's narrating, and more importantly, who's watching. Because here's the twist: if you can notice the voice, then maybe the real you is the observer, not the narrator, not the thought, but the awareness behind it. Let's get spiritual for a second, but in a chill, socks on kind of way. In some Eastern philosophies, Buddhism, Vedanta, even mindfulness practices, you are not your thoughts. You are the space in which thoughts appear, like the sky is not the weather, like the ocean is not the wave. Your thoughts are events, but you're the field they pass through. Imagine a snow globe. Shake it up. Flakes fly everywhere. That's your mind, full of chaos and grocery lists and emotional reruns. But the globe itself, that's you, the calm container, the silent watcher. Here's a little joke to loosen the grip of your inner narrator. Q. Why did the inner monologue get fired? Because it wouldn't stop giving terrible Yelp reviews to your memories. Now let's get even stranger. Sometimes, the voice says, I should get up. I need to do better. I want a cookie and a nap. But that who assigned it? Who decided it belonged to you? Most of the time, it's just an echo of your culture, your past, your parents, your playlists. It's a remix of everything you've absorbed, shuffled into a personality, and yet you believe it. You accept its judgments. You mistake it for truth, but you don't have to. You can listen without obeying, observe without reacting. When the voice says, "We're not doing enough," you can say, "Thanks for the feedback, Karen," and move on. Because you are not the commentator. You are the player and the field, the one who hears, the one who sees. And right now, as the thoughts drift slower, as the narration fades into background static, you are becoming the silence beneath the sound. That's where rest lives. Not in stopping the thoughts, not in fixing the monologue, but in remembering you are not the noise. You are the space, and space doesn't need to try. Section 10. Your alarm clock is innocent. It's just sitting there, glowing dimly, counting seconds with robotic patience. But tonight, you start imagining it on a train track, tied up, facing an incoming trolley, and your brain asks the most deranged bedtime question of all. Would you pull the lever? Welcome to the trolley problem, a philosophical mind game that rolls in at midnight like a moral freight train. Here's tonight's ethical traffic jam definition: trolley problem. A moral thought experiment where you must choose between actively causing harm to save more people or doing nothing and letting more people die. Here's how it works. You see a trolley barreling down the tracks toward 5 people tied up. You're standing next to a lever. If you pull it, the trolley diverts to a different track, but there's one person tied up there. Do you do nothing and let 5 people die, or do you intervene and kill one to save the others? Now replace the trolley with your alarm clock. You've just hit snooze for the 3rd time. It's now barreling toward your entire morning routine. You can intervene, get up now, feel mildly victorious but cranky, or you can let future you suffer. Suddenly, you realize the trolley isn't philosophical, it's personal, and your brain loves it. Because this one ethical puzzle, it spawns 1,000 variations. What if the person on the second track is your friend? What if you have to push someone onto the track instead of pulling a lever? What if the 5 people are strangers but smell really nice? Philosophers, ethicists, and the occasional internet troll still argue over this dilemma. Is it about outcomes, utilitarianism, or is it about intention deontology? Should we measure suffering? Should we refuse to touch the lever at all? Let's pause for a derailed joke. Q. Why did the philosopher miss the trolley? Because he couldn't decide whether to board or question the nature of transportation. The trolley problem might sound like an academic game, but here's the twist: you face it every day. When you text during a meeting, you're choosing one person's attention over another's. When you cancel a plan to get rest, you're trading guilt for peace. When you decide to say something honest or stay quiet to avoid harm, each choice tilts tracks, slides outcomes. You're switching rails all the time without even realizing it. And sometimes there isn't a right answer. Let's say you don't pull the lever. 5 people die. You didn't cause it, right? But now, let's say you do pull it. 1 person dies. But now, you're responsible. Here's the psychological gut punch: people often find it easier to accept harm they didn't cause than harm they actively participated in, even if the outcome is worse. It's moral inertia, which means sometimes we stay silent not because we don't care, but because we fear the consequences of movement. And that applies everywhere. Speaking up in meetings, ending relationships, choosing careers, confronting your inner narrator from the last section. Every moment you wait, a lever unpulled. But here's a comforting thought. In real life, the trolley moves slower. You have time. You can weigh things. You can take a step back, sip tea, and realize you don't have to solve ethics in the middle of the night. You just have to notice the levers. And maybe you don't need to pull anything right now. Maybe it's okay to say, I don't know. Maybe it's okay to let the thought pass. To whisper, I'll get back to you on that imaginary train of doom. Here's something wild: real-world research on moral decisions shows that sleep deprivation makes people more utilitarian. Yep, the more tired you are, the more likely you are to pull the lever and save the 5, even if it means sacrificing the 1. That means your moral compass has a snooze button. So, congratulations by listening to this podcast. You may now be ethically flexible and half asleep. And that's okay, because ethics isn't about getting it right. It's about caring enough to ask. It's about noticing the tracks and remembering you have a hand near the lever, even if you don't touch it. So go ahead. Let the trolley roll. Let the questions play out like soft gears in the dark, because right now, the only choice you need to make is whether to drift into sleep or let this thought take one more lap around the track. Section 11. You're holding a calculator, not literally, mentally. You're doing the sleepy math of memory and logic, trying to make things add up. If I brush my teeth now, and I skip the TikTok spiral, I can still get 6 hours of sleep, which technically counts as 8 if I sleep confidently. But just as you carry the 1, something cracks, not the calculator, your trust in it. Because deep inside that tidy tool of numbers and certainties lies a terrifying little secret: math can't prove everything. Enter Gödel's incompleteness theorem, the mind-bending brain glitch that turned mathematics into a haunted house of logic. Here's your paradox-packed definition: incompleteness theorem. Proven by Kurt Gödel in 1931, it states that any consistent mathematical system complex enough to include basic arithmetic will contain statements that are true but can't be proven within that system. In other words, some truths exist, but can't be reached by the rules you're using. It's like having a perfectly written instruction manual that contains this sentence. This sentence cannot be proven true. If it's true, it can't be proven. If it's false, it's true. Congratulations. You've just fallen into Gödel's nightmare, and mathematicians still haven't woken up. This wasn't a bug. It was the first major proof that math, our cleanest, most rule-based language, has holes, not small holes, unsolvable holes. Gödel showed that logic has limits, that you can't build a perfect system that explains everything, not even with numbers. It's like finding out the laws of physics have fine print, or your sleep app has a disclaimer. This measurement is probably meaningless, but try not to panic. Here's a weird little fact. Gödel himself became so obsessed with logic and perfection that he spiraled into paranoia. In the end, he refused to eat food not prepared by his wife when she was hospitalized. He starved to death. A man who cracked the universe's code, undone by uncertainty. Which brings us to you. Right now, your thoughts are trying to solve things. Why did I say that weird thing in 2019? What's my purpose? Did I turn off the stove or just dream that I did? But maybe not all questions can be answered from inside the system. Your brain is the system. And just like Gödel's proof, there are things you can sense are true, but can't quite prove. Like, I matter. I've changed. I'm allowed to rest. You might feel these are true, but you can't always show the work. Let's lighten the logic with a bedtime joke. Q. Why don't mathematicians argue in bed? A. Because even if they're right, it's still incomplete. So let's zoom out. Imagine your mind as a vast math book. Every page is a rule, a belief, a memory. You flip through it at night, hoping to find the theorem that proves you're okay. But somewhere near the back, you hit a blank page, and that page whispers, you'll never find the final answer. Because the system can't explain itself, not entirely. And maybe that's not a failure, maybe it's grace. Because if your thoughts could prove everything, you'd never sleep. You'd never stop analyzing, never stop fixing. But you can't. Not because you're broken, because truth is sometimes bigger than proof. And so is love. And so is trust. And so is the mysterious feeling that someone, somewhere, understands you, even if you've never met. So go ahead. Let the questions be incomplete. Let the logic melt into dream logic, where things don't add up, but they feel whole. Let Gödel's whisper become your lullaby. You don't have to solve it. You just have to be here. The calculator slips from your hand. The thoughts quiet. The proof is out of reach. But the peace. Right here? Section 12. You close your eyes and find yourself walking through your childhood home. The lights are yellow. The floors creak the way they always did. There's that weird crack in the bathroom mirror. Your old cereal bowl is on the counter, just where you left it 15 years ago. And suddenly, a weird realization creeps in. This memory isn't quite right. The cereal box has the wrong logo. The couch is 2 inches too far left. The smell is almost, but not quite real. You've just wandered into the unreliable swamp of memory. Here's your mental mirage definition: memory reconstruction. The process by which the brain actively rebuilds memories rather than retrieving them like files. Each recall can subtly alter the original. Your memories are not video recordings. They're more like improv scenes performed by sleep-deprived actors with a vague script and a flair for drama. Each time you remember something, your brain reassembles the pieces using fragments, emotions, guesses, and weirdly vivid details like the exact shape of that one carpet stain. And every time it reassembles the memory, it overwrites it, just a little. You're literally changing your past every time you recall it. That means your memory of this morning's breakfast is already corrupted. Not in a bad way, just loosely inspired by true events. Scientists still argue about whether there's any such thing as a completely accurate memory. Turns out, even flashbulb memories, those vivid recollections of intense moments, fade and warp, just like regular Tuesday thoughts. We like to think of memory as a museum, but it's more like a haunted funhouse with constantly rearranging furniture. Here's a fun, mildly alarming fact. In a 1995 study, researchers convinced people they had been lost in a shopping mall as children. Many of them remembered the fake event in detail. One participant even added their own invented security guard to the story. Your brain is good at storytelling. Almost too good. Here's a joke to break the cognitive fog. Q. Why did the memory go to therapy A? Because it couldn't tell what actually happened or just felt important at the time. Now imagine this. You're lying in bed, remembering a relationship, maybe a good one, maybe a difficult one. Your brain starts playing clips, words said, faces made, a smell, a sunset, a song. And here's the twist. Those clips are edits. They're based on how you feel now, not how you felt then. If you're lonely, the memories might sweeten. If you're angry, they might sharpen. Your current mood becomes the narrator of your past. This is why forgiveness is so hard. And nostalgia feels like a warm bath laced with sadness. You're not just remembering, you're reinterpreting. And here's where it gets philosophical. If your past changes every time you visit it, does it really exist? If the you who lived that day is gone and the story keeps shifting, then what is your history made of? You might think, okay, but what about photos or journals? Sure, but even those are interpretations. Snapshots, frames, not films. They tell a story, not the story. So now you're lying there, wondering if my memories are foggy, and my future's uncertain, and the present keeps slipping away. What's left you? The one who remembers. The one who watches the mental slideshow and gently says, that feels true. Not because it's accurate, but because it shaped you. Maybe it's not about getting it right. Maybe it's about what the memory means now. Because you're not your past. You're the storyteller holding the pen. And tonight, you don't have to write another chapter. You can let the pages flutter. You can close the book for now and whisper to your past self, you tried your best. Thank you. Here's one last strange gem to drift off with. Your brain doesn't store memories in one place. They're scattered across your cortex like puzzle pieces. Smell in one lobe, emotion in another, visuals in a third. When you recall something, your brain reassembles it like a dream built backwards, which is why memories feel like places you can almost touch, but never quite re-enter. So close the door gently. Let the home in your mind dim its lights. You visited enough for tonight. Section 13. You're in a room full of people. They're laughing, smiling, stirring drinks. You're making small talk, nodding, laughing when you should. And then it hits you like a breeze through a crack in the window. How do I know these people are real? Not in the taxpayer ID and social security number kind of way. In the consciousness behind the eyes kind of way. You look around. The guy with the weird hat, the woman with the loud laugh, that person making intense eye contact with a breadstick. They're all acting real, but so are NPCs in video games now. And for just a moment, you wonder, what if I'm the only mind here? Welcome to the existential cocktail party known as the problem of other minds. Tonight's solipsism-scented definition, problem of other minds. The philosophical issue of how we can really know that other people have conscious experiences like our own. You know you have thoughts, you feel things, regret, joy. That one TikTok sound that won't leave your head. But everyone else, they're just behavior. You see them smile, but you can't feel their feelings. You hear their words, but you can't verify the inner world behind them. This is the nightmare that keeps both philosophers and socially anxious people up at night. Let's take it deeper. Imagine you're watching a movie. The main character says, "I'm sad." You feel something for them, but you don't actually know what sadness means to them. Not really. Now take that feeling and apply it to your barista, or your mom, or your pet. Yes, even your cat, though her inner monologue is probably just flesh servant. Bring snacks. You can never fully enter someone else's mind. That's the curse of subjectivity. And yet you assume everyone else is conscious. You don't question the lady at the DMV or the delivery guy or that toddler making eye contact while picking his nose in slow motion. You just believe they're real on the inside too. Scientists and philosophers still argue about this. Is consciousness detectable? Can we measure sentience? Are some people more real than others? This isn't just abstract fluff. It touches everything. Empathy, ethics, loneliness. Because if you're not sure others have minds, how do you connect? Let's take a weird detour. In the 1970s, a computer program called ELIZA was built to mimic a therapist. It used simple language tricks, repeating back questions, using generic phrasing. And people? They got emotionally attached. Some even preferred ELIZA to human therapists, not because it was smart, but because we project consciousness onto anything that behaves like us. That's why we yell at Siri, or feel bad when we see a broken Roomba. And here's the strange, soft joke of it all. Q, what did the solipsist say to the stranger? A thanks for existing, or at least acting like it. So now, back in bed, you might wonder, are other minds real or just very sophisticated reflections of your own? But let's flip it. What if someone else is asking that about you? What if they're lying in their bed, listening to this exact podcast, wondering, is anyone else conscious, or am I the only real being in this entire universe? And in that moment, your minds briefly touch, not provably, not empirically, but emotionally. Because maybe consciousness doesn't need to be proven to be felt. You feel something when someone cries. You feel something when someone shares a secret or a joke, or just looks at you like they really see you. That feeling. That's what makes it real enough. Maybe we'll never escape the shell of our own minds, but we can send signals, we can knock on the wall, and sometimes someone knocks back. So if you're alone tonight, really alone, wondering if the world is just your private hallucination, know this, you're not the only one wondering. And maybe, just maybe, that shared wondering is its own kind of proof. You don't have to solve the problem of other minds. You just have to feel the mystery of connection. and drift into sleep, knowing that even if you are the only one, you made a beautiful world to dream in. Section 14. You're floating now, not in space, not in a dream, but somewhere soft between wakefulness and forgetting. Thoughts feel like feathers. Identity slips off your shoulders like a coat too big to hold on to. And then your brain does it again. It pokes you right in the soul with the sharpest, sleep-ruining question of them all. How do I know I'm not just a brain in a jar? Seriously. What if that's all this is, a lab somewhere? Electrodes, a glass dome, your neurons fizzing in nutrient goo, while scientists named Brenda and Steve press buttons to simulate your entire life. And you wouldn't know. Not because you're dumb, because it would feel exactly the same. Here's tonight's unnerving but oddly cozy definition: brain in a vat. A modern twist on Cartesian skepticism. This philosophical scenario suggests that you could be a disembodied brain being fed false experiences, making your entire perceived reality an illusion. This thought experiment has been around for ages in various forms. Descartes asked whether a deceiving demon could be fooling him. The Matrix plugged us into virtuality with better costumes. And today, the idea's still alive, floating quietly in neuroscience and late-night Reddit threads. Philosophers still argue, if you can't distinguish the illusion from the real, does the distinction even matter? Let's get technical. Your brain doesn't experience the world directly. It gets signals, light waves, sound vibrations, electrical zaps from nerve endings, and turns them into what you think is reality. But those signals, they could come from anything. A dream, a simulation, a trickster AI running a really niche consciousness experiment. Everything you've ever touched, smelled, loved, regretted could just be brain soup data with a side of delusion. But here's the truly weird part. Even if that's true, you're still you. Even if you're floating in a glass vat, all alone, none of it negates the fact that you're having this experience. You are still the observer. You are still the one who feels. You are still the flicker of awareness behind the thought. This might not be real. Here's a joke to lighten your jar. Q, why don't brains in jars throw parties? Because they can never tell if anyone's really vibing. Back to our vat. Let's say, just for fun, that you are a brain in a jar. What would you do differently? Would you stop eating pizza? Would you cancel your vacation? Would you tell your mom the truth about how often you wash your sheets? Or would you keep living because it feels real? Philosopher Hilary Putnam, who popularized the brain in a vat scenario, ultimately argued that if you've always been in the vat, your concept of reality adjusts to fit it, like fish not knowing they're in water, or people born in a simulation thinking render lag is just a form of anxiety. So maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe reality isn't what happens outside your skull. Maybe reality is the coherence of your experiences, the continuity of your story, the feeling that this is all leading somewhere, even if it's just toward a good nap. Here's a quiet thought to hold. Even if you're a brain in a jar, you still have music. You still have memory. You still feel warmth, laughter, confusion, yearning. Even if the world is artificial, your responses are real. That means kindness matters. That means love matters. Because even in a simulated world, meaning emerges. You assign it, you shape it, you live it, and maybe, just maybe, you're not alone in the jar. Maybe other brains are floating beside you, dreaming their own dreams, listening to the same quiet voice right now. Maybe this whole podcast is a jar party, and in that case, welcome. We've got metaphysics and warm lighting, so tonight, you don't have to wake up. You don't have to peel the simulation apart. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, not even yourself. Let the questions drift. Let the jar fill with soft quiet. You're not trapped. You are held. And even if this isn't real, your peace tonight can be. Section 15. You're drifting now. Thought and breath sinking into something slower, softer, like your brain is stepping back from the spotlight and letting something else take over. A feeling, a sensation, a quiet unraveling. And here, in this liminal space, a final question floats up like mist. Who or what are you, really? You've tugged at memory, time, identity, dreams. You've shaken the jar, poked the narrator, traced loops through logic, morality, and paradox. But now, you're peeling back the last layer, the illusion of self. Let's end with tonight's final definition, the self model, a concept in cognitive science and philosophy proposing that what we experience as the self is a constructed model, a narrative, continuously updated by the brain to simulate control, continuity, and identity. You're not a fixed thing. You're a process, a set of electrical rhythms woven together like a story whispered over a campfire of neurons. You say I, but that I has changed thousands of times. The you who wanted to be an astronaut, the you who cried over that book, the you who decided at 3 a.m. to rearrange your furniture because it felt metaphysical. All of them gone, replaced, and yet somehow still here, like echoes in a canyon. This is the paradox of self. You are not a single, unchanging soul trapped in a body. You are a river of shifting stories, held together by memory, mood, habit, and hope. Scientists still argue whether there is a central self at all or whether it's just a useful illusion, a dashboard interface for a very weird machine. And that machine, it dreams of being a person. Here's a strange, beautiful fact in deep meditation. Some people report the total dissolution of the self. No thoughts, no edges, just experience, not even being someone experiencing it, just being. And in that space, peace, not because you find yourself, but because you let yourself go. So maybe, in the end, there's no true you to fall asleep, just sensation, memory, a voice fading, a breath deepening. Let's tuck in one last joke, just a soft one. Q. Why did the self break up with the ego? It needed space to become nobody. Now let go. Let go of your name. Let go of your past, your to-do list, your uncertain future. Let go of the mirror in your mind. You are not your thoughts. You are not your worries. You are not the story or the storyteller. You are the space between. And that space is enough. The lights are dim. The questions are quiet. The self has loosened its grip. And in this final moment, you are free to dissolve, not disappear, but reblend into the soft, seamless hum of everything. No boundaries, no burdens, just rest. Section end tonight. We journeyed through the mind's deepest corridors where thought becomes dream and questions become lullabies. We began with the unsettling truth that your brain might be making decisions before you even feel them. A gentle unraveling of free will that reminded us we're not always in the driver's seat. And that's okay. Then came the slow replacement of self piece by piece. Your memories, your cells, your stories shifted until you weren't the same, and yet still you. From rivers of change to illusions of time. We explored paradoxes like the grandfather problem and quantum states where even cats defy certainty. We met the unreliable narrator in your head. We stood at the tracks of the trolley problem, levers in hand. We watched math break itself and memory remake itself, and asked if the minds of others were real Or if you were the only spark in a world of puppets. And finally, we opened the jar. We confronted the possibility that none of this is real, or that it all is. That your story, yourself, isn't a fixed identity, but a soft, shimmering process. But instead of fearing the loss of self, we embrace the beauty of being unanchored. You're not the thought, you're the space. And in that space, rest is waiting. So close your eyes. Let go of you. You've made it all the way here. And wherever here is, it's home.